All right, what's up, normies? Welcome back to the football podcast, where we are going to be talking football and Love Island TV shows all day. Going to catch up on the latest celebrity gossip. We're not. We're not. This is the strictly the Outcast and Public Therapy channel. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. Absolutely wild. So yeah, good morning. Hello, Izzy. Hello, Sarah. What's up? Hope you both are doing well this morning. Do you know, even as a treat today, I've got the YouTube chat up, so I can actually see what people are saying, if anything, on YouTube. Yeah. So yeah, we're doing that. Yeah, poor YouTube. I think we bullied the YouTube chat yesterday, so I've got them up here in case if anyone talks there on the YouTube, we can just bully them again. Yeah, basically. I've got it up as like, oh, I'm sorry, YouTube chat, but really it's about bullying. So there we go. Bullied. Hi, YouTube chat. I have you up so I can see you today for bullying. Yes, look at that. Look at that. Amazing. All right. So that's that. So let's jump into it. Let's go. Let's just go. Nice. Thanks, at Edge of Heights. Is that you, Izzy? You both just occupying both chats now. This is great. Very confusing. Thank you very much. Yes. All right, cool. Well, that works. I'm happy about that. So let's get over to photo guap and continue. Yeah, so today I'm going to do the warm up, but the dagger is going to be this kind of like gnarled sort of tree root dagger. Just thought that'd be kind of cool. And like obviously we've done lots of hard surface. I mean, this isn't not hard surface, but I just thought of doing something like that. So fancy doing a bit of a sort of a gnarled tree root kind of dagger for the warm up. Why not? And then obviously we'll get back into the Snake Witch Cave. Pretty excited to get back into it, actually. I made some like notes on it this morning when I came back to it. I got some stuff to think about. Got a few questions to ask you guys what you prefer. Not that I'm necessarily going to go with what you say, but because it's my stream. I do what I want, but I'll give you the illusion of choice at least. And yeah, I'm not sure if we'll actually like finish the Snake Witch environment today because there's still like quite a bit to do on it, and I'm enjoying it. I don't want to like not do it, so we may have to like schedule it in for a one day next week as well. But we are going to do the portrait one next week. Portrait sesh, where I'll basically show my process start to finish, but doing a portrait so that it's a bit more like applicable to a lot of you who are into that. And yeah, we'll just cover loads of techniques. It's basically, I've done this kind of demo before at workshops, but I'll do a completely new picture, and we'll just go start to finish, and like if there's any sort of stuff along the way that is applicable that people also want to know about, we can do that. But it's basically going to be a sort of a character painting, character rendering masterclass. Yeah, character rendering masterclass. For at least a couple of days next week. And then maybe at the end of the week next week we'll finish off the Snake Witch image if we don't get there today, because there's a lot to do on it. And although I'm keeping them like fairly sort of loose and sketchy and painterly, like I also don't want to leave it unfinished, because I finished all the others. So sick. Okay, I got my sort of gnarled tree root dagger here. Yep, I am wrecking bosses on Black Myth Wukong. I'm now on chapter 2. But yeah, I was wrecking bosses yesterday. After maybe something like 40 odd tries to get one of the bosses the other night, which was a really good fight. It was very challenging. But yeah, it did take like 40, maybe 45 attempts, which is it's a lot. Yeah, then I've just been wrecking them afterwards. I think all the rest of them have been under 5 attempts so far. Although I hear that there is a boss coming up, which is probably going to be like another 40, 55, 60 attempts. Never seen it. What's your fave boss so far? My fave boss so far is called White Clad Noble. And he's basically like, he's very anime. He has a spear, and you fight him in this like beautiful sort of shallow lake with loads of reeds and plants, and like a huge sort of like Asian style building that's built into the rocks, and like the light is just coming down perfect, and it is a beautiful looking game, and the fight is really fun. Like it's very well choreographed. Like watching that boss like do all of his moves and stuff is really like, it's very cool. And yeah, it's just the fight is difficult, but it feels kind of fair. Like all of the moves are really well telegraphed, and once you learn what he does, he's not super hard. Paul Carrancha, thanks for the follow, mate. Mate. Yeah, once you learn what he does, he's not particularly difficult, but you know, he hits very hard, and if you get caught in a combo, it's kind of like you get one shot, you know. But yeah, it's very good, very good. I'm very impressed with the game so far. I was worried that I was going to find it like too difficult and just not be able to kind of have fun, but it is just the right amount of challenge for me, where it's like, it's difficult, I have to retry things over and over, but it's not like punishing in the way that like Sekiro is, because like I just could not get to grips with that at all. And like, at least this, when you try a boss, most of the time you just like, the checkpoint is right next to the boss, so there's no like repeating an area over and over again, which in like Sekiro and Dark Souls, like that can be that can add to the frustration and the challenge of the boss, is just having to do the run back every time. But at least so far in Wukong, the run back is literally just, you know, run from checkpoint into arena, starts cutscene, you know. It's not too crazy. Oh, he looks evil. Oh, sick. He actually seems on theme with this week's illustration. Yeah, when I started the illustration, I actually hadn't got to the second phase of his fight, where he turns into his like snake form, and then we did like Tuesday's stream, and then I came home and I got to phase 2 and like that evening, and I beat him that evening, I think. But yeah, then I was like, oh shit, he's actually a snake. I didn't know. Can't handle games like Dark Souls. Actually need to progress because who has the time? Yeah, exactly. I have maybe a couple of hours in the evening to jump into something like that. And yeah, it's fine. Like I make progress every night on Wukong because it's the bosses. There's so many bosses. I think there's like 110 bosses in the game, and they're basically really quickly spaced out. There isn't like an awful lot of other stuff going on. Like the exploration is pretty minimal, and yeah, there's generally like 2 or 3 bosses very close to each other. So you can, if it's a bit too difficult, you can just go and level up for a little bit, and then come back. Kind of a bit like Elden Ring, I guess, which I've also not played, but. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, so I'll just let everyone know if new people have joined. In the meantime, I also have the YouTube chat open today because we bullied YouTube hard yesterday, and then I was like, actually, maybe I should keep the YouTube chat open. So I've got Twitch chat and YouTube chat open on the video, and we are streaming on both. So if you're like, where are these questions coming from? They're coming from the other channel. So, and whatever, feel free to watch on whichever one suits you. I've got both chats open today. So, lucky you. Anyway, so that's Black Myth Wukong. So far, gets a good rating from me. But yeah, I couldn't handle Sekiro. Sekiro is just really punishing if you're used to like. Well, it's just a parry mechanic. I just can't get the timing of it right. I think that might also be down to playing it through, NVIDIA streaming service. So there's like that small bit of input and streaming delay is going to impact the parry timing quite significantly, which so far in Wukong has not really been a problem with dodge timing as well. What's your fave game if you have one? Yeah, tough. I think, let's say, games that I've spent the most time in over the years. Recently, Path of Exile 2, fantastic game. Like, just really, really well done. And what else? I used to love Destiny. In its heyday, Destiny 1 specifically, really, really good. What else? Got me on the spot now. I was a big fan of World of Warcraft. Kind of World of Warcraft, sort of up until like Burning Crusade is when I played it. Really, really loved that at the time. I do love the Souls games. Like, played Souls 1, 2, and 3, and Bloodborne. So did really enjoy those. Just it's just a cool world. What else? Prefer PC or console? I played pretty much everything on console. It's only recently that I play on PC, but I still play on controller on PC. Um, because I'm just a console guy. I grew up on console, you know. So using a controller and shit is very intuitive to me. Mouse and keyboard, like, nah, I can't. I can't type. Uh, I just can't. I can't get to grips with mouse and key. Um, what else was I gonna say? Other games. Oh, do you know? I really enjoyed playing Dredge. Um, I really enjoyed playing Dredge on the Switch with Daisy. That was quite fun. It's just kind of pretty low key, sort of adventure story game. Um, yeah, I did. Oh man, I used to love Final Fantasy. Uh, Final Fantasy 9 is the only Final Fantasy. Oh, tell a lie. Final Fantasy 9 and 10 I've completed. I'd never played anything before 9. Um, and yeah, I haven't dived back into Final Fantasy actually. I did play Final Fantasy 14 for a little bit, the MMO. Um, uh, but everyone's like, "Oh, the story's really good," but I think the story sucks. I just liked doing the dungeons, but I don't give a fuck about the story or being a cat person or anything like that. So it kind of lost its appeal after a while. Um, but the game is fun. I do like the sort of, if they just had a game that was just dungeons and you played, just dungeons with people, um, like that, I'd probably be into it. But I hate all the other stuff around it. Like I always play MMOs solo. So yeah, yeah. Dredge was cool. Honestly, like Dredge was some. We would go to the coffee shop in the morning and just like wake up there and play Dredge for like half an hour or so while we had a coffee in the morning, and then sometimes fire it up in the evening and just do like a little bit of it. It was just a really nice game to like play together. Um, in like a very sort of casual way. It's not hard or anything. It's just like there's a collectible kind of element to it, and then you can like upgrade your ship, and you just kind of explore around, um, which yeah, is cool. I think it's well done. Like nice graphics and stuff. Nice little style to it. It's just a chill experience. Um, did you play Dave the Diver? It's super fun. There was a huge Dredge crossover integrated. Yeah, I saw Dave the Diver. My friend Dan, who streams, he did some Dave the Diver stuff. It looked pretty fun. Wild Frost. Yeah, I've got that. Wild Frost is cool. Yeah, I played that. There's also a really fun game called uh, forget the name, Grindstone on the Switch, which is just like a sort of a puzzler game. Um, you have to you have to basically figure out a path to like take out as many minions as possible, and the animations are just really funny. Like the kind of barbarian that you play as has just basically got like the bloodlust, and he's always like just going crazy eyes at the side of the screen, and then once you choose the route, he's like, oh, and like chops through, and is like, it's all cartoon, like gore and stuff. But it's really fun. I like that. But yeah, Wild Frost was good. I got a bit frustrated with it in some parts, though. I think I'm just like not very good at the build craft. Yeah, Grindstone is like, I just play it on airplanes. You can easily just play it for a couple of hours and like, smash out levels and stuff, and it's just, the animations are fun, the puzzles are like hard enough but not like super hard, and the animations are just really fun. Like, it just makes me laugh every time. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah, I just get bored like reading the text to like on cards and stuff to figure out like, oh, does this synergize with this and blah blah blah. Like, don't care enough. Yeah, cool. So yeah, Twitch viewers, just to let you know, I also have the YouTube chat open and we're streaming on YouTube. So if you're like, where is he answering these questions from? It's from the chat that you're not in. So obviously feel free to stay in either one. I've got both of them up. But yeah, if you're like, WTF, who is he talking to? That's it. Yo, Zero, what up? Of course you could multi-box, right? And you watch both if you're like that way inclined. Yeah, what's going on, Zero? Zero, did you start playing Black Myth Wukong? Black Myth Wukong. Good. Working on that wolf illustration, just struggling a bit. No way. Well, let me know if you need any help. I was going to do a paint over stream again on, I believe, let's see what the date of that Thursday is. Thursday, 26th of Feb, critique stream. So if you need some help by then, yeah, let me know and I can help you. Not yet. I still have to finish Elden Ring first. Oh, okay, you're gonna be deep in the Elden Ring for a while then. I've so far avoided playing Elden Ring because I'm not into like open world games so much. The open world kind of gives me sort of decision paralysis and I don't really know where to go or what to do or like anything, so I've avoided Elden Ring for that reason. I do kind of prefer a bit more of a linear experience. Right, who's texting me? Stop it. Yeah, I absolutely get lost from time to time, not knowing where to go, but then sometimes I find something completely new, even though I've been in that area at least 5 times. It's crazy. Yeah, I feel like the size of the game is what's kind of put me off. I know it's like, oh, there's loads of content, but then that also is a reason for me to just be like, uh. But I should give it a go, because I've played every other Souls game, and I've enjoyed all of them except Sekiro. And I have seen some boss fights from it. I've seen that one against Bale the Dread. There's a dragon called Bale the Dread, and the voice acting of the NPC that you can summon is just like, it's making me laugh so much. Poor guy is down bad, and he hates the dragon, and his voice acting is just really, really, really funny. I don't think it's meant to be like, it's meant to be, a guy at his absolute end with this dragon, and he's just, spewing his hatred about the dragon out while you fight. But to me, it's just so funny because he's so down bad. I need to see that. I don't think I've got to that part. Yeah, I think it's in a DLC. I was just flicking through like a speed run. Someone did like all bosses, no hit all bosses or something, and yeah, that was one of the ones that was in there. It just made me laugh a lot. Curse you, Bale. There's definitely a lot of lore in that game, so it's also a bit easy to get lost. Yeah, to be honest, I don't really care about the lore of any of the Dark Souls games. Like I just watch the video that comes out like 2 years later that's like the story of Dark Souls 3. Like it's really not why I play the games. I think it's obviously it's fine for people to like it, but for me it's not why I play. I like seeing the world and the boss fights, and just getting a bit absorbed in the atmosphere of the game, but actually really trying to figure out the story and like reading all the item descriptions and stuff like that. that's not for me. I don't care. I'm an experienced man, you see. You mentioned yesterday that you usually listen to loud ear-bashing music. Make some recommendations. I want to listen. Yeah, sure thing. So electronic music-wise, I listen to a lot of Ortega, specifically their live shows. Very, very experimental electronic music. Basically, everything they do gets kind of watered down and sort of injected into mainstream songs eventually, but they're very much the sort of pioneers of experimental electronic music. And yeah, their live shows specifically are what I love listening to. Yeah, it's really good, honestly. It's not for everyone, clearly, but it is excellent. And then, yeah, kind of bands wise, I could write these down actually. I'll put them in the chat for you. So there's Ortega. If you want to check out the Zagreb live show recording, that's probably a good indication of that. Yeah, then I like to listen to like deathcore. So a couple of bands there that I really like are Disembodied, Tyrant, Lorna Shore, Whitechapel. What else? Yeah, there's a band, a metalcore band called The Devil Wears Prada. That's really cool. I also like to listen to sort of older kind of London like dubstep and heavy bass music. Not the sort of like bro step. I'm not talking like Skrillex or anything, but yeah, kind of old school London dubstep, and anything that is sort of derivative of that. So like just kind of heavy bass music. I also listen to a lot of drill. Drill again is like gang music, essentially, like London gang music. It's pretty violent. It's got like some very, very kind of quite slow beats to it, but the lyrics are like really violent, and there's a lot of like attitude present with it. And yeah, I listen to quite a bit of that. Yeah, what else? Grime. I listen to some grime music, which is kind of like more socially acceptable drill, I guess. Yeah, all sorts, like lots of different genres. But yeah, I went to go and see Lorna Shore at Alexandra Palace the other night. It was sick. Zero. I feel the same. Lore is interesting, but I'm not that crazy into it. My boyfriend, on the other hand, is obsessed with it, so he will talk about it for more than half an hour, and I'm still lost. Yeah, like I sometimes pull up those videos from I think the creator's called Vati Vidya. You'll know who I mean. He's very much like the lore guy in the Souls community, makes the videos and stuff. And yeah, I'll listen to him just to sort of get a roundup of what's going on in the story. But yeah, to be honest, even him explaining it as well as he does, I'm still like, whatever. But yeah, like I said, I don't really play the games for the lore. And I think, actually, if you listen to the director talking about the story, the point of it is not to understand it. Like, the point of it really is to soak it up as part of an atmosphere, because what he's trying to create in the atmosphere of the game is how he felt as a child reading these fantasy novels that he had that were written in English, that he would only understand certain passages from. So he would go pages at a time, not really understanding what was happening in the narrative, and then like understand a few words here and, you know, a passage there. And so to him, the fantasy novel just had this like wonder of like, you know, only being revealing its story every now and again, and being a little bit sort of inherently confusing, and that would lead him to sort of put his own mind into the books and stuff like that. And that's why the narrative of Dark Souls is the way that it is. And therefore, I think actually understanding it, like going really deep into it, is kind of going against the intention of the game director. So, not saying you can't do that, like enjoy things however you want to enjoy them, but I just thought it was quite interesting that that is why it is the way it is. And in that way, it's like you can appreciate the game without understanding it, because that's kind of the intention. So, not to say you know, obviously enjoy the game however you want. I'm not saying you can only enjoy it like this. I honestly don't care. But yeah, that is kind of interesting, right? Ooh. Well, that's really cool. Yeah, it's cool, right? Yeah, I saw that interview a few years ago with the Dark Souls director. So it's interesting. He yeah, he was talking about it in an interview. I was like, oh, that's actually sick. We enjoy it for the grind. Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? It's a very grindy game, all of them. Get good. Yeah, the whole get good thing makes me laugh. It's very funny. If you go on like the Reddit for Wukong, there's like people, you know, asking for tips about a certain boss that's early in the game because he's really hard, right? And there's so many like idiots that are just like being like, get good, and then getting in arguments with people, and it's just so cringe. Basing your personality around how good you are in a video game is cringe. But it's very funny to see and witness. Well, it is Reddit. Yeah, exactly. People are incapable of being nice to each other online or anywhere, actually, for the most part. It's kind of sad. Get good. Get good. GG, noob. What is this? Yeah, no, I didn't say everyone. I didn't say everyone. We're capable of being nice to each other here. For now. For now. There'll be I'll crash out one day. Someone will come in here and say something, and I'll crash out one day for sure. Someone comes in here, starts talking about football. We can have a crash out. By the way, I mentioned this before. If you're new here or if you just joined, we also have the YouTube chat open today, so feel free to, if you're watching on YouTube, chat on YouTube as well. I will pick it up. If you're on Twitch and you're like, who's Alex talking to? It's YouTube. Thought I'd open the YouTube chat today because we bullied YouTube hard yesterday, and so give them the chance to fight back today. The internet carrying a lot of negativity we don't need. Oh yeah, for sure. Internet's chocker full of it. But what are you going to do, huh? You just got to be nice to people. Do your bit, you know? Like, there is tempting to like argue with people online. I see, I see stuff and I'm like, oh my God, I really need to tell this person. But you don't. And I don't. I do my bit to keep civil, and majority of the time I'm nice to people. It goes a long way if you're nice. As my wife says on her YouTube videos, it's nice to be nice, and I do agree with that. Feels nice to be nice, and it comes back to you. Not that you should be doing it for the kickbacks, but it does happen to be a perk of being nice to people, is that nice things tend to come your way as a result, you know? So, you know, it's nice to be nice. And that army ad, do your bit, but it's just turning off social media every now and then. Do your bit, and it's just like keeping your thoughts in your head. Yeah, I mentioned Daisy's YouTube channel. If anyone's interested, I'll link it to you. My wife makes videos of like upcycling crafts and little projects, craft projects. It's her YouTube channel is new. She's got 3 videos out right now. She does all the editing and everything herself, and they're very funny, and I'm sure she would appreciate the views and so on. So I'll link the channel in both. If that's your thing, yeah, give it a follow. Watch the videos. Like I said, even if you're not into crafts, it's just quite funny. She's got a good sense of humor, and the editing's funny. So if you need something to listen to, or you're just morbidly curious to know what my wife's like, then look at that. I do make a cameo in some of the videos. But yeah, I'm sure she would appreciate the sub. Subbed, nice. But yeah, she has a lot of fun making those. And yeah, I'm always roped in as an extra for filming or being a clothes horse and holding stuff. So yeah, it's my birthday next week on Monday. So well, on Monday I'm going to prepare the stream for Tuesday, but yeah, well, I probably have way too much energy on the Tuesday stream. So it should be a good one. We'll do the portrait masterclass. All right. So that's the warm up. I'm going to flick the kettle on, and then we'll talk about the Snake Witch image, and I'll go over there. I'll show you the notes that I made on that, and get your opinion on some of the things that I thought of overnight. All right, I'll be right back. Yo, Murdoch's, what's up? All right, goobers, I'm back. Get my scrambly eggs going now. On time to draw. Nice, dude. Scrambled eggs. It's a man of class right there. Dude just casually painted that. No issues, no questions. Just ship it and get a cup of tea. Yeah. Yes. Yes. There we go. Is what it is, I'm afraid. So, same as before, really. Just textures. Okay, building up the texture without the lighting. So all of that is texture, and then this is introducing a shadow side. So basically, just putting a multiplier layer on and then masking through like the kind of deepest holes, kind of acting as ambient occlusion, but it's a bit more just shadow, really. Then we have, this is adding essentially a little bit of light, but it didn't sort of do enough. And this was redefining a little bit of some of the darks because they needed to be a bit darker. This was basically introducing a bit of shadow to give us a bit more focus on the middle of the blade here. And then this was just punching up those lights that are already there. This was adding a little bit of magic, and then this was just painting on top, really. Bit of noodling on there, just bit of extra finishing ting. So there we go. That's the warm up completed. It's fun. I need to lay out like all the daggers I've done. I'm going to do like a big ArtStation dump of like everything we've done on stream over the past few months, because this is episode 20. So we've done like, yeah, I don't know how many daggers now. We didn't start at the start with daggers, but there's been all sorts. So I'm going to do a big ArtStation post of like all of the environments, all of the warm-up sketches, all of the studies that we did on stream. Yeah. And then unfortunately, going back to work in May. So I have to figure out a different schedule for streaming because I'll be working full time. Screw it, I should be working, but I'm switching to studies because I want to get good like this. Yeah, studies is the way. Honestly, you improve so much just doing like half an hour a day. Honestly, I honestly believe this when it comes to art studies. Doing being consistent uh, is much more beneficial than like grinding out hours and hours and hours at a time. Uh, if you only have half an hour to do a study, whether that's in your sketchbook, just drawing something on your desk, or you have time to like sit down and do a study from a photograph or anything like that. If you only have half an hour, like do that every day. That consistency will pay off. I promise you that. If you have a bit more time to dedicate to stuff, obviously you can, but I feel like, I do an hour at the beginning of these streams that is kind of like a study / warm up, when I'm working, we do, how long do we do actually? We do 30 minutes every morning. Like me and my whole team, we sit down on a call together and all do a study for half an hour, and it really helps. Like you pick something that you want to focus on, and if you do that every day, like every day for a month, that's 15 hours in a month. If you manage 30 minutes a day, 15 hours study, that's a lot. Like that's like 2 full days at 2 full days at work. So you get a lot done, and like because you're doing it every day, that little bit, it's like your brain is constantly getting topped up with it. I think, everyone that I have worked with that has done studies on this like half an hour timeline has improved. And I think it's a really good practice to get into. And I think if you're learning anything, it can be great, half an hour is manageable. Totally. Like I said, if you've just got your sketchbook and you're like traveling, right, and you're on the train, just draw people on the train or anything like that. You can get that half an hour to work every day. It's super, super beneficial. It's like just keeping your toe in the water is really important. Yeah, you will. I think the good thing about, so I do the warm up right at this, and it's the study. This gets me like in the zone. I'm now like in painting mode, and it just gets you shake the cobwebs off, like get the motion going. Now I just feel like ready for painting. And when I'm working, this gets me ready for that day of work. Like after the warm up, I'll get a few hours painting done, and it'll be solid. It'll be bang on because I'm ready for it. It sets the intention for what you're going to do next. It's a very easy analogy to make, but like you wouldn't necessarily like put your running shoes on and like open the front door and just sprint. Right? You wouldn't just like immediately do a 400-meter sprint out of your front door. Like you go for a jog, and then if you're going to do some sprinting, you like after you've jogged a bit and warmed up, then you could do a bit of sprinting, right? And you'd feel good for it because you've already like, okay, heart rate's up, I'm warm enough, muscles are good, feeling good. Now I'm going to do some sprint relays, right? Fine. Treat drawing the same way. It's like you can't just open up Photoshop and be like, bang, right, it's 9 a.m. I'm just working now. Like that's mental. That's like sprinting outside your front door. Give your brain a chance to like get into it, and then you'll see much better results as well because you're in the mode for it. You won't spend that first like half an hour actually on work stuff being like, what am I doing? And then spend the next hour like, figuring out, oh, okay, I just kind of painted on stuff willy-nilly here and it's not gone right, etc., etc. Yeah. Respect it. Just respect it. As much as I hate warming up for sport and stuff like that, it is better. So there we go. That's literally what I do. Roll out of bed, start working, work until my eyes hurt, turn off PC until 2 a.m, repeat. Yeah, don't do that. Honestly, don't do that. That is a recipe. You can do it while you're younger, right? But I mean, but you're in your 30s. You must be feeling it already. You can't do that. Like, I can't. I have about 5 hours of like peak concentration that I can put onto something in a day. And then obviously it starts to sort of tail off after that. And yeah, therefore I have to respect like the energy that I have, the mental capacity that it takes to work and do stuff, and just try and give myself like the best opportunity to, make those hours count. And so you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it, and you gotta respect yourself and your time. I actually, because I know how much time, 4 to 5 hours is about like what I can concentrate on to paint, at my sort of best. I structure my days around that. I don't work past that time, or at least if I'm working past that time, I'm not painting. I'm sorting out feedback for other people. I'm in meetings, or I'm preparing stuff for images, but I'm not actually painting. And then I can just use that peak focus time for the things that I want to do. And obviously warming up before that just helps to sort of get in the right mindset. So, right, sorry, I got to change the music because it's kind of just the only things I can really hear are just it repeating. And I feel like I'm some kind of cult is after me or something. Okay. So here we are. I made some notes on this morning. When I came in, I opened it up and was like, okay, things to try. Thank you. I'm on it. No worries. Well, it's free therapy, everyone. Free therapy. So yeah, on this image, there's I'm happy with where we got to. I really like the changes that we made yesterday, honestly. And thinking more about this guy's pose and stuff, the storytelling we get from like him holding up the head and there being a bit of a conversation going on, I really quite like that. It's a bit less generic than like man standing there in like battle pose, ready to go, but and it just adds like a little bit of interest going on. Yeah, bro, just doing my scrambled eggs right now at 6 a.m. then get drawing after I'm not 50 like you, but still. I'm not 50, mate. I'll be 39 in a few days. Oh, sorry. I like that. You're funny. You're a funny guy. So, let's look at the notes that I made and talk you through my thought process with some of these. So, with the guy, this is just me making a few scribbles about like what his outfit could be. There's not really much to discuss about that other than maybe he'll be like this or without the hat or something. But just wanted to indicate a little bit of what's going on with him, just give his outfit a bit of interest or whatever. But that's not really the main thing that I'm asking for your opinion on here. But on this, the witch, I needed to figure out how the sword going through the face could be like a little bit better. Right now it's just kind of rough and you don't really see it. The other thing I wanted to get in here is like some impression of of the face and eyes. So like having an eye in there indicating a bit of the teeth. Okay, so that kind of makes its way in here a little bit, just as a rough idea. I sort of like I think this sword coming through like this is a bit more like obvious now. And we'll obviously neaten this up. And yeah, having the the eye a bit obvious. I don't know if it'll be red yet, but probably. Mouth and so on. Bit more definition to it. Anyway, that's by the by. Like that stuff, I think is not really again what I'm asking you guys' opinion on. But what I was thinking is, and maybe I just put this bit on a separate layer for now, so we can talk about it without it. So here, she could just be this kind of snake, right? But in my mind, she was always like I was like a snake witch, like a witch that has maybe, got into some real dark magic, and she's sort of taken on the form of a snake, and this is kind of her form, or at least her preferred form now that she stays in. And the sword is obviously, she's been in battle and it's been stabbed through her face or whatever. She's got some rings, adornments and stuff. Maybe even some old hair that hangs down. Anyway, the other thing I was thinking about is potentially that she does have like arms as well, which was initially I thought that she would have sort of arms that are kind of folded up on the front of her. Like maybe she doesn't really use them anymore, and they're just kind of like left over from when she was more human. And that's one consideration. Or the other consideration is that she does have, like two fully formed arms. And the idea here would be that like one is sort of, that's her body. One's coming around like this, and she sort of has her hand up here with her own sort of dagger. And this arm potentially is kind of pushing down on this rock, so she's sort of, that's her kind of motion, right? Out of here. All of this would still be within the confines of the lighting, okay? So it's not like this stuff would be really, really obvious or anything. You would recognize it, but it's not. It's still going to sort of sit nicely in the shadow. So, it's whether you think that it could just be the snake head, and this also meant maybe that she has sort of some necklaces on that have like skulls and other bones and stuff hanging on them. And yeah, it is kind of, this one I guess has a bit of personality to it. That it's a bit more of a sort of emotional or a snakehead that has like a bit more of a human anthropomorphic emotion ability in the face, but it's still very kind of beastly, right? And it's just like, it's just a snake still, really. But then this one is like, okay, we're actually dealing with like a sort of a fully, a fully anthropomorphized, like sort of snake witch sort of thing. And to be honest, I like both, and my original intention was for her to have arms and be a bit more like this, because she's meant to be like a boss monster in a game world. So yeah, basically just looking to get your guys' opinion on what you like, what you prefer, and maybe that will help me make my my own decision about how this goes. Like I said, the way that these are just scribbly notes, okay? Like the way that I would paint this stuff in would be to be in keeping with the sort of subtlety of this. So like this arm, would fit in more subtly than the notes suggest, No middle ground from a half snake top to 2 legs on the bottom. Yeah, I just have 2 legs at the bottom of the snake over here, just like standing there. 1 leg, 2 legs on the back of the snake. Multi-arm with daggers. Yeah, exactly. Because at the end of the day, I wanted it to be a witch. And it was never meant to be just a snake. And obviously the gesture of this back arm, it could be sort of back here and she's holding onto the, you know what I mean? She's more like this. Foreshortened back, and then it's coming forward and like holding onto the edge here, so she's sort of like passing it. And this one is like coming around and across her, like she's not like concealing the dagger, or maybe she is still, from our guy, she's kind of like slightly has it concealed as she's coming out of the shadow, and he's in exposition and she's just a bit like coming out. I like the arm on the front rocks. You mean that you preferred the arm like on these ones here, or like where it currently is? This looks bloody sick already. Cheers, bruh. The back arm is cool too. Okay. Yo, yes. I am streaming on. I've always been streaming on both, but I don't usually have the YouTube chat up. But we actually had some people chatting on YouTube yesterday, because so I was like, oh shit, okay. I'll get the YouTube up as well. So we got both. So watch wherever you prefer, Twitch or YouTube. But just know that if I'm talking to people and you're like, where the hell are they? They're on the one that you're not on. Secret Club Urban Yacht. So, yeah, basically something like that. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, you're not delusional, just strong visualizer. Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, like I said, to paint these arms in is like, it's something very quick to do and to try out. And I could just keep the arms on there for a little bit while I figure out other stuff. But I think the head, like this, I will definitely keep this as opposed to what it currently is. And we'll start with that. Then on this guy, I'm torn. Like, the hat kind of puts it in a certain place, I guess. Like it makes it feel like a certain style. I don't know if you know, that should just be the character's head. Like this, should the character have, you know, maybe they got some kind of mask. I don't know. Could be interesting. Anyway, let's take the notes, the head notes here. Let's make a layer by copy. Turn off the rest of that. Take this head down to where the snack is. Where you at, snake? Yeah. I was, I mean, I don't dislike that idea. It's just, I think the witch, for me. So, what I was thinking, and this is like me getting way ahead of myself, but is if I was to like make this into a bit more of like a personal project and use all of the, or most of the, environments that I have done so far, so like the forest, the beach scene, the swamp that I did before this, and this one in that project, that I was like, maybe I could do a little personal project that was like, you know, doing the concept art for a fake game, like a, you know, witch hunting game or something, and that they could all go together, and that there'd be like a little bit of a story that goes with these, and like, you know, all that kind of stuff, and sort of tie them together like that. So each one of these witches is like a different boss monster that you would fight, and so they're like one-offs, you know. But that's me getting way ahead of myself. Like I did. And now that I've said it out loud, that just means it won't happen now. So. It's on stream and it will bug you till it does. There we go. Love the snake's new face. Dankeschön. Yeah, well, before it was just very like, you couldn't really tell what was going on with the snake's face. Bitteschön. Yeah, indeed. So, do you speak other languages? No, I have like a very small amount of German, just because my work colleagues are in Germany, and so I sort of pick up a little bit, and I try and speak a little bit of German when I am there, just ordering in shops and food and stuff like that. But no, I don't speak another language. I'm quite dyslexic, so it's not really something I'm going to be able to do. I did French at school, but then I moved schools, and the new school did German and not French, and so I kind of like forgot all my French and couldn't really get to grips with German at the time. I just found it very difficult to switch, and then consequently I don't have any other language skills, and so yeah, when it comes to German, I don't understand an awful lot of it, but I think German is kind of fairly easy from the point of view that the way it's written is kind of phonetically how it's said most of the time. So at the very least, I can like look at a word written in German and be like, okay, I can probably pronounce this in a way that someone is going to understand it. But I feel, like things like French, for example, is still like that to a degree, but there's a lot more. That accent plays a lot more of a role in it. Stuff like that. When I went to Poland, like, good luck. Good luck trying to make sense reading, stuff off of a menu or road signs or anything like that. Like, the way you think it's said is not correct, basically. So it was quite funny when we were there. Oh man, no, Alexander, no. I'm just trying to remember from the reference, like what the scales were like, and how the light kind of works on them. And how obviously the angle of his head towards the light kind of changes. So it's kind of like that. Like, it's going to fall off because they're all facing, like these ones are like, if you imagine the light's coming in and then this lip on the front, like, let me draw it big. You have scales like this, and they're like this shape. And this is kind of a cross section of the sort of 3D of it on the top of his head, right? So here. So the light's coming in like this. And there's like this area is like the light's going to hit that and then bounce into our eye. That's the sort of angle of incidence, therefore angle of reflection out here. And then like on this turns really quickly on the front edge down and away from us. So that's why you get that like darker edge here. It's turning very quickly away from us. And then this edge is kind of flat and it's going back, and it is reflective, right? But it's going to get increasingly more like reflective towards the back. So it's like this area is kind of going to be lighter than its natural color, which is black, because it's reflecting the light source to a degree. Then the specular is going to be on the edge here where it's that piece of the form is facing us most directly. And then this bit of the form is going to turn under quite quickly and be like the actual color of it. And then obviously the form of the head is changing shape. Aeronix Pugmiano, thank you for the follow. And then the head, the form of the head is changing constantly. So as we sort of move away from this area, across the head in this direction and across the head in this direction, we're going to get less of the specular, right? Because, or at least less of the reflection, because this edge is going to be facing us less and less and less as it moves across. And obviously these edges are going down and down and down. So basically we're catching the light on this side as it's coming in, and then we're basically just seeing these lit without the direct reflection, and so on. This also keeps it a little bit simpler, right? Keeps it a little bit simpler in this sense. Like, it's like this is the one like ding that it's hitting, and then we've got the same on the sword, which is quite nice. That's gone through the head here. The sword just needs a cooler handle. Hello, welcome, first time chatter, Ironics. Welcome to the stream. You told yourself after your full name. Yeah. You know, if I was ever in trouble as a kid, my mother would use my full name, you know. She'd be like, Alexander, and then I'd be like, oh shit. Oh shit. I'd know I'd done bad. Flip-flop incoming, yeah. Yeah. Shoe from the other side of the room at Mac 10. Kadosh. Nah, the way that we would get told off as kids was basically my mum would just give us that look, like she'd be like this. Loud noise from the other side of the room, and she'd just be like, we'd be like, oh fuck. We're getting told off. That usually means like you're getting told off when we get home, which is even worse because then you spend the rest of the time just being like, oh no. Actually, Ironics and Pukmiano are two nicknames. I've just used both nicks. Oh, right, damn. Dropping the law. Dropping the name law. We're up to speed now. We're up to speed. Okay, I'm not going to spend like all day on these, but once the head is done, we don't need to paint like an awful lot more scales because we can just indicate them everywhere else. You know, like they are here, they're indicated, and like here they're kind of indicated, but we don't have them sort of as explicitly told. But we do that on the head because the head is the focal point, so we want a bit more detail there. And we're basically explaining to the viewer here, like, when you see this mark kind of anywhere else, it scales. And, you know, our brains are pretty good at filling in this kind of detail. That's why like these kind of marks give the impression that it's like that everywhere. And then something like this is just going to further enforce what it is and kind of help the brain extrapolate. And then, yeah, figure out a better handle for this sword going through the head because that handle I put on it seemed a bit like preschool to me. It was a bit like, Alex, you can do better than that kind of thing. Just call me Ironics or Pukmiano. Sure. Or I'll just make up something in the middle, and then that you can add that to your list of names. But yeah, hand painting textures like this will teach you a lot uh, about it, and then because you hand paint it, you can just it's in your repertoire, you know. Like I look at a bit of ref before stream, and just have like a workout in my head. Like, okay, well that's how the form works. That's how the lighting looks on it, and then just try and replicate that from your mind. And that way it will really stick in there. And then, you know, next time you come to paint something like this, you'll be like, oh yeah, cool, I know how to do that. I've done it. I've done it once. What are you drawing right now? Some scene or studies or something? This is a scene, yeah. This is some kind of scene where our player character here has gone to this cave occupied by this snake witch, and he's presenting her the cut off head of another witch. And this is kind of like the moment before this kicks off into a boss battle, you know. In a second, the boss music will start, and like the health bar will pop up, and it'll be like Snake Witch of the Cave, and then it'll be like, and then you get your ass kicked. Back to the checkpoint. Dark Souls boss music kicks in. You know what I mean? It'll be like this. Well, shit. Where is it? Yeah, this will be boss life bar shows up. Well, and it'll be insane combat. So good. That opening soundtrack to Dark Souls 3. Oh my gosh. And what's the other one that's always on the memes? That boss, but I don't know which boss that is. But you know what I mean. Three-phase fight. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll see. Very quickly, it'll just be you died on the screen. And you're like, oh, shit. All right. Well, this will be the next 2 hours of my life trying to defeat this boss. Hang on 1 second. Hello. You are, yes. I'm good, thank you. Yes, it has. Although I did email yesterday to say that I was actually going to come down tomorrow and pay everything in full. Decided not to go with the finance, and someone replied and said, "Yeah, that's fine." So right, okay, yeah, that'd be great. Hang on, give me 1 second. Oh, sure. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, sure. Sure. Yeah, no problem. I mean, like, I didn't go through with signing anything or anything like that with them. So, does it actually need? It still needs cancelling? Because I actually didn't like sign anything. Okay. Yeah, of course, of course. All right. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. All right. Thank you. Bye. Sorry, it was the goddamn dentist trying to take money, trying to get me to pay for dental surgery. um, yeah, Dark Souls music. Sorry, Dark Souls bosses. Goddamn, so fun. Conquering boss fights in games is probably one of the more satisfying uh, kind of gaming experiences, especially if you've like really learnt the moves and like you just having that dance. So it's very good. Dark Souls boss theme, dentist appeared, you died. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty much it. How long are you drawing, Alex? I mean, overall, like for example, childhood, etc. Oh God, I mean, I drew as a child, obviously. Um, I think most children do. Uh, yeah, I mean, I think at high school is probably when I sort of started taking it a little bit more seriously than just like, oh, I draw every now and again. Um, so I would say that probably around the age of like 13 is when I was drawing with any sort of intention, I think. Um, and then yeah, I've just been drawing since really. I think when I really started taking drawing seriously, as in like going to classes and specifically trying to learn to draw, outside of just sort of, high school art class. I'm talking about, looking for any sort of structured learning to draw stuff. I did a bit of life drawing at university, but it wasn't until after university when I went to an atelier that I, took any sort of structured drawing classes. So I don't know, it's hard to determine. Like, obviously, all kids draw, so I did start drawing when I was a kid. I definitely started taking a bit more notice of drawing in my teens, just because, enjoyed it a bit and like was sort of better than my peers at school. And then obviously I took art at my sixth form college, but it's not really like learning to draw kind of stuff. So hard question to answer, but let's take it from the time that I started at the atelier, because I think that's probably where the most improvement started to happen, and like when I took it really seriously. That's I want to say maybe like 17 or 18 years. But I've been drawing to some degree since I was able to draw. But until I went to the atelier, like I hadn't really sort of had any proper training, and I was really not that good, to be honest. I just enjoyed it a lot. I was like, I was probably kind of a bit better than average, just because of the amount of time that I spent doing it. But it wasn't good. It wasn't really structured at all. So I basically learnt everything at the atelier school. And then that's when the skills kind of rocketed, advanced very quickly. Was during the atelier, like the training is just such that you get very good at copying stuff. So it appears like, oh my god, your skill level has gone up loads, but I think the real skill in it for me is being able to transfer that into inventing stuff that you want to draw, which the atelier is really not about. You don't really do that so much. You get taught to observe very well, and so you can copy things very well, but it doesn't necessarily equate into like drawing from your mind very well. But yeah, I've been a professional like artist for pretty much 12 years now. Professional as in like working in games, being paid to illustrate. I'm sorry for asking so many. No. Questions are fine. I'm all about the questions. I'm all about them. So yeah. Feel free to ask. It's fine. I'm just curious about our journey experience. So when did you decide to step into games industry? I got my first junior position when I was about 25, 26 years old. I started at a studio in London called Opus Arts, which is still going today, outsourcing studio in games. Yeah, cool place to get started. Very, very lucky start there. So I'm just knocking back these darkest darks a little bit because I don't necessarily want lots of detail in the darks here. I'm just sort of, I want them to be a little bit hidden in the shadow. They're not. It's not necessary for us to see everything. I think it's just meant to be suggested in there, and then let the brain make up the rest of it. Bit like an alien, right? You basically never see the alien in the first film. And it's scarier for that reason, seeing less details, There you go, she's got a beady little witch eye going on here. I'm studying right now game graphics, and my goal dream is to work as a concept artist in games industry. Cool. What is game graphics as a degree? I can't say that I've heard of game graphics before, like as a degree. But yeah, I was gonna say if your concept art is your goal, really seek out some training or at least understanding on like what a designer is and how to actually design. I think a lot of courses that I have been on, like lectured on and stuff like that, when I actually talk to the students about design and ask them to like explain their designs, essentially a big part of what being a concept artist is, they seem to like not really understand what the role of a concept artist is and like what design even is. And it's definitely something that you need to know. It is the job. It should really be called concept designer because it is much more design than it is about being an artist. You don't have to have like insane drawing skills to be a concept artist. Obviously it helps, and there is drawing, but it is much more about design than it is the execution of such. And a lot of the skills that you'd be using anyway would be a mix of like photo bashing, 3D, and drawing. But the main element of it is designing. And it is a designer's role foremost, more so than an artist's role. So just to be aware of that. Because I think some people go into it thinking that it is not like that. Ooh, it's looking good. Also, hi from the US. What's up, my dude? What's up? Yeah, by the way, it's been a while since I mentioned this, 10 minutes or so. But if you are wondering who am I talking to, I've got the YouTube chat open as well today. So if you are on YouTube, I can see what you're saying. So, pardon me, ask questions and so on. And Twitch, if you're like, what the hell's going on? Who's he talking to? I'm talking to YouTube. So just to let you know, we're on both. YouTube has been promoted. Yeah, we bullied YouTube hard yesterday. So I thought I'd give him a look-see today. So the YouTube chat's open, the Twitch chat's open. It's like intro into everything, like learning game engine, Blender, drawing. It's more likely game design, I guess. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, this is probably enough with the snake head for now. Let's think about arms. Let's hit save. What's the time? Is it time for Huel? It's Huel time, not sponsored. One sec, people. Let me grab the Huel. I'll just flip this so we can look at it the other way around. Very important. Always flip your work. Flipping your work will help you spot mistakes, help you check that actually you've drawn something in the right perspective, and so on. You flip it and you'll be like, oh, that doesn't make sense anymore. Yep. Yep, true. All right. A 10 stream streak. Damn. This is stream number 20 today. Should have a small celebration. Cheers. Yo, what's up, Eternal? Let's go. Eternal's here, everyone. What is this drink? It's a nutritionally complete drink with natural flavoring and sweetener. It is 26 vitamins and minerals, 20 grams of protein, low sugar, 100% nutritionally complete meal. It's just a liquid food. Okay, so arms. Let's go. Snake Witch looking a lot more Snake Witchy right now. Probably a bit dragony, actually. And I've forgotten to do these 2 little gold rings in her nose, so let's do those quickly. Let's go to my swatches. Everyone laughs at me for having swatches, but they all laughed at me for the pen tool, but you know, I wasn't wrong there, so So is this drink something like liquid food? Yeah, it's just like I'm streaming, right? So I was like, I think the first couple of streams I took like 5 minutes to eat. And yeah, it's awkward and annoying. And I'd rather just carry on painting. So when I'm streaming, I just, at lunchtime, just drink that. Tides me over. Tides me over. Okay, arms. Let's go. Let's go. Does it taste good? Yeah, it just tastes like chocolate milkshake. So who doesn't like chocolate milkshake? YouTube chat hitting it up. Yeah, dude, Dan. We got YouTube chat open because yeah, we solidly bullied them yesterday. So it's like maybe maybe we'll give them a chance. So I've got both open. Take that, Twitch losers. Yeah, it's Twitch's time to get bullied. Hey, if you're on Twitch, you're a loser. Any other flavor you're drawn to? I've had the banana one. That's okay. Yeah. Like, they're all fine as far as I'm concerned. I've had the vanilla one before. Yeah, they're all G. It is what it is. Like, it's a you know, it's a drink. It takes a few minutes to drink it. Like, it could taste like sawdust for all I care. It's not really about the taste for me. It's about just being convenient and quick. That's good, because if you want to get monetized on YouTube, then you need the follows and the watch hours. So come over here, peeps. Cool. It's about being cool. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's a shame because I've got like 2,600 followers on Twitch, but YouTube doesn't care about that. Oh, you tried drinking mana? Yeah. Did it improve your spell casting? Did it help you at Hogwarts, Harry? Yeah, I felt like some archmage. Yeah, good. I mean, that's pretty damn good, I'd say. Advert right there. Drink mana, become mage. An Archmage of Winterhold, perhaps? What's that? Is that Game of Thrones? Nerd. Okay. Skyrim. Ugh. Here's a hot take for you. The art direction of Skyrim is horseshit. Well, it's so miserable, and not even in like an endearing way. Dark Souls does miserable in a way that is still palatable to look at, and you're like, yeah, this is miserable, but it is done well, and like it looks cool. You know, same with Bloodborne. But my God, Skyrim, get out of here. That game looks so ass. Oh, hang on. Wait. Dan, Dark Souls is shit though. I don't like Dark Souls. Or what's BB? Bloodborne. Oh, damn. Well, that sucks for you, bro. It's probably because you're no good at them. Victorian Cart. Sorry, that's confusing. I wanted to say it was Victoria, but then it wasn't spelt that way. Oh, I'm sat for this. I want to hear about this. Yeah, so yeah, Skyrim, just put it in the bin, really. I don't really understand why it's so popular. The game looks awful. It looks clunky as hell. I just don't really see the appeal of that in any way, shape, or form. Which it's fine if you like it. You just have no taste. That's all. And then about Dark Souls, yeah, I think you just need to get good, Dan. I think that's what it is. That's why you don't like it. Yeah, get good and spend like 9 hours on a boss like me. It's just the nostalgia. You're nostalgic for sort of a miserable world. I'll stick to my 2D tactics games. Yeah, fair enough, mate. By the way, I'm only joshing with you guys. You might not understand my sense of humor, which is fine. But I'm not really bashing you for the stuff you like. You can like whatever you like. It makes no odds to me. But if we are talking about Skyrim, I'm just gonna let you know that it is shit. The soundtrack goes hard. Yeah, I can understand that. Soundtrack. I could give you that. I'll give you that. I concede there. There's a YouTuber who walks around Skyrim doing a census, and it's weirdly addictive to watch. Nah. Doing the census. Okay. That's funny. Alex means every word he says. Yeah, I do. But yeah, I just because you don't like something I don't like, it doesn't mean that we can't get on. You know. He does a press conference at the end where he announces the employment percentage of the town. It's amazing. I do have an appreciation for people that seem to have like a massive disrespect for their own time and do stuff like that. You know, the world is a lighter place for people like that. He hates us, yeah. Yep. Sorry. But yeah, that's my hot gaming take. Skyrim is pants. It's cheeks. And I like depressing worlds, like don't get me wrong. Dark Souls, amazing. Depressing. Miserable even. But aesthetically still pleasing despite being miserable. What was the last game you really enjoyed exploring? Does it have to be open world or anything big? Yeah, I hate open world. Honestly, it's not interesting to me. But I am currently playing Black Myth Wukong, and that is, although there isn't a whole lot of exploration because it's fairly linear, the environments are gorgeous, and just running around and like appreciating these little sort of vignettes where you can see like the light on something and the little set pieces. It's beautiful, really, really, really nice, incredible to look at. I honestly can't think of any games off the top of my head that I didn't super enjoy. Maybe Ghost Recon Breakpoint. I have no idea what that game is. All right. What other fandoms can we bash? Someone tell me something they like, and then I'll tell you how much I don't like it. What have you got for me? Expedition 33 is the definition of depressing beauty. Yeah, that was cool. That was quite nice to look at. Yeah, very melancholic. on Dan on YouTube saying Mario and all shit connected to it is balls and looks ass. Yeah, I can agree. Nintendo in general, actually. Pokemon, yeah, Pokemon's for children, for sure. Not really into it. Franchise has gone downhill since the very early games. It's boring, and they've run out of like. The designers of the Pokemon have just given up, and now everything's a Pokemon. There's like lamps, swords, like just random geometry. Like the bar for what can be considered a Pokemon now is very low. Yeah, and the games are shit. Like they're annoying. They're the same game. Yeah, that's a good one. Fuck Pokemon. Fallout, yeah. Fallout's bad. Fallout is just Skyrim reskinned, and it's still bad. Like Skyrim was bad and depressing. Fallout is just a bit more colorful, but just also a horrible game to look at. Art direction terrible. All Nintendo. Yeah, Zelda's pretty ass, to be fair. Who wants to play as a child looking for his girlfriend? Honestly, it's just... Who comes up with this? Kids game. Yeah, I agree with that. They're just going deeper and deeper and down. Yeah, they're Pokemon's lost its way. For sure, lost its way. Like I said, if you like it, It's fine. I'm not bashing you as a person. I'm just bashing your tastes, you know. The things you like are rubbish. Just remember that. It's not you. It's just the things you like, okay? Tony Pieva. What about Halo? What about Halo? Yeah, okay. Halo in its heyday, you know, when you didn't know any better about games and you were just like, wow, this is sick. The story's sick. Playing co-op with my friends is cool. Let's put it on legendary difficulty and struggle through it and eat pizza, that kind of thing. Brilliant. But they have not released a game that is anywhere even close to how good those felt in its heyday at all. And like, I think the design of Master Chief is pretty bad. I don't like it. It's very clunky. Actually, my WhatsApp picture is still me in a Master Chief outfit. Actually, let me bring that up if I can figure that out. I don't know how I can like look up my WhatsApp picture. That's a shame. I don't know how to make it bigger. Well, I guess you can't see it then. Can I do it this way? Sorry, I'm having a boomer moment. No, you can't see it. Anyway, yeah. Halo, they've ran that into the ground. Yeah, they ruined that. Pokemon just about what are your thoughts on Death Stranding? I'll get to Death Stranding. Hang on. I actually can't. You should change the video's title into something harassing about bad games. It's bad. It's me. Yeah, no, Zelda's silly. It's you know, it's a kid looking for his girlfriend. A girlfriend who like is fancied by like an older guy. It's just weird and dumb. It's dumb. And he wears green, so that's not good. Yeah. And the game's called Zelda, but it's actually about Link, which is annoying. Always found that annoying. So, yeah. In the bin. Zelda goes in the bin. What we got next? Death Stranding. Yeah, like, cool art direction, honestly. But let's be fair. Being like a FedEx guy in Iceland, not something I want to spend my evenings doing, you know? Like, it feels very highbrow, you know? Like it's meant to be appreciated on some kind of, you know, meta artistic level. But let's be fair, it's just annoying. And while the game looks nice, so does Iceland. And you don't have to deliver packages if you go on holiday to Iceland. You can just go to Iceland and appreciate the way it looks, and you know, even get a beer. Like you don't have to be doing anything else. So yeah, Death Stranding's out. Rubbish game. What we got? Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2. Like, you couldn't actually pay me to play those games. I looked at the trailers. I don't understand why people like them. Boring. boring medieval ass, you know, busy work. Okay, what we got next? I need to agree with you. How dare you talking about my boy Kojimbo? Feels bad. No, nice guy. Metal Gear Solid was great and all of that, but Death Stranding looks cool. Like the idea. Gameplay awful. You know, money better spent going to Iceland and just enjoying it there instead, I think, if you can. Iceland's a bad game as well. Very cold, remote. You have to go to a different shop to buy alcohol. You can't get it in the supermarket, which is just, I don't understand that. Yeah, super cold, but very nice. They got a lot of ice into that. Better than the game. What else? What do we got? It's not about Link. I know you're joking, but I'm dying. I'm not joking. You play as Link, right? Call the game Link. No, we don't care about his girlfriend. We're not playing as his girlfriend. We're playing as the boy. You know? The little boy. The child looking for his girlfriend. It should be called Wimpy Kid in Green Can't Find GF. That's what the game should be called. Right. What have we got? I do love Kingdom Come Deliverance, but I love this take more. Okay. Warcraft 3. No. Old game. Pixelated. No. Like it's for like weird like, what's the word? Warcraft 3 is like, trying to say, I had to say this without offending people. No, it's just rubbish. It's pixelated old game. Get it out of here. No one cares. I hate big armor. Space Marines from Games Workshop. Get it out of here. Big armor. StarCraft. You know, those guys with the big armor. Get it out of here. It looks silly. It's childish. Move on. Hear me out. What are some good games that are ruined by the player base? Looking at you, Magic the Gathering. Yeah, Magic the Gathering's one. What else? Good games that are ruined by the player base. I think Dark Souls could fall into that. What else? Call of Duty, when it was actually good. Call of Duty's a terrible franchise right now. This is me just like guaranteeing not getting any work from any games company going forward. Hopefully they know I'm joking. Power armor from Fallout. Yeah, exactly. Too big, too chunky, stupid design. Get it out. Gone. Literally any Star Wars game. Yeah, Star Wars. Hear me out. Hot take. Star Wars franchise as a whole, excluding the original trilogy, terrible. Like, absolutely terrible. Waste of time. Everything that's come out aside from the original trilogy and like moments in like the Attack of the Clones and the Phantom Menace, everything else in the bin. Like, just get it out of here. It's dumb. Again, it's for children. Like Baby Yoda, get that shit in the bin. Put Baby Yoda in the bin. That no self-respecting person can be into Baby Yoga. Baby Yoga? Baby Yoda. Like, I don't want to see it. If I'm in your house and you've got a Baby Yoda plushie on the shelf, I'm gonna kick the door off of your washing machine or your dishwasher, and I'm leaving. All right, let me go back and see what they're saying on YouTube. Baldur's Gate, no, boring, old game, not fun. Yeah. Link is the link between the real world and Hyrule. He is the player's link to finding Zelda's story. Sarah, no one cares. No one cares. No one knows that. Only you know that. Same as Mario, wimp in red, can't find friend zone, crash. Yeah, exactly. Child's game, move on. I think you will disagree with me here, but I think Apex Legends looks ass. No, Apex Legends also, design-wise, is a mishmash. It doesn't know where its head's at. Yeah, I agree with you there. There is very little about the design of like the characters and the skins in Apex that makes me like want to get the skins or anything like that. It's it seems rushed, and like it doesn't really have, it just doesn't know where its head's at. It just looks odd, the whole thing. The environments like and that kind of stuff is okay, but yeah, I would agree with you. Characters and stuff, bad. I love the idea of Star Wars, but it's not for me. Good girl. Baby yogurt in the bin, yeah. I know, because I'm the only one who read all the Historia books. No, they got you. Right, what do we got? Elden Ring. Elden Ring, yeah, it takes a bit of a departure from the Dark Souls look, and I preferred the look and feel of things in, say, Dark Souls 3. I don't like the more sort of high fantasy, kind of more magic angle that they brought into, like, basically, what's his name? The Game of Thrones guy. That dude, the author, you know, he was like involved in the game somewhat, and I feel like his influence, I don't know if it made it into the visuals, but the general kind of a bit more spectacular and bombastic in the spells and the magic and stuff like that, and the world being a bit more sort of brighter and that kind of thing. In the bin. Get that out of here. It needs to be miserable, but not like Skyrim miserable. Because that's just miserable. That's just straight up miserable, like, just to look at. But yeah. So Elden Ring, also Elden Ring open world, which also, what does that mean? In the bin. Suzu744. Hello, Alex. Possibility a question. Theory colors, no matter what example, blue, orange, yellow, in split. How do I make 70% the other color 30 or 20%, and the last color 5% or 10%? If possible, a demo to understand that. I actually don't really understand the question fully, if I'm honest. Theory cut, no matter what example, blue, orange, yellow in split. How do I make a color 70%, the other color 30 or 20, and the last color 5 or 10% if possible? Sorry, I don't fully understand the question. Yeah, G.R.R. Martin, that's the one. You thought Anthem looked cool? Yeah, yeah. I don't disagree with that. It was a terrible game though, wasn't it? It got canned. Literally no content. Boring, grindy game. Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I think Lord of the Rings falls into that category of like annoying fandom, but I don't dislike the films. I haven't seen the TV series, Rings of Power or whatever, and I have no interest in watching it whatsoever. Also, what else was there? The Hobbit movies, they weren't so good, were they? Bit weird. Bit weird, the old Hobbit ones. Sort of unnecessary to stretch out like a 200-page book over 9 hours worth of movies, but go off, King, you know? Is he talking about RGB sliders? I'm actually not sure. What I think they're talking about potentially is maybe doing like a split, like a split harmony color scheme of some description, I think. But I'm not sure that I understand the what's being asked essentially. Like what about that? If it is that. If you can clarify the question or maybe like reword it, then if I understand it at that point, I can try and help. Is the question about split complementary or triad color, or about how people say 70-10 color hierarchy for a cool color composition? Yeah, this is maybe what I think it is. Yeah, and if you again, I think it just needs to be a bit more specific about the question, right? But let's just say it's the color scheme. For example, the main like color in this image falls around this sort of grey blue color, right? This, and that takes up, a decent amount of the screen space, right? Basically all of this stuff, aside from our dude here, all of this stuff in here is this, right? And then obviously the next thing that would be maybe like the 20% is this green, and those green adjacents, right? Stuff that is similar in that sense. And then we do have like a tiny accent, of the red, which is here and here. And you could sort of break down the composition into this, in that sense, and that is the color scheme of the design. But yeah. Okay, so now that I've bashed every single franchise, game, TV show out there, and and obviously, my opinion on that is correct. I'm never wrong about these things. League of Legends. League of Legends is a good one for the what fandom is awful kind of vibe, for sure. So anyway, what do we think of a few things? What do we think about the arms for the snake coming through? Like a bit of something like this. She's kind of clambering over the rock. And what do we think in general? I feel like that maybe the daggers and stuff in the face, they need to be integrated a little better. I think right now it's not kind of working just yet. They need to be integrated in a bit better. I think they feel a little bit kind of pasted on right now. They need to be a bit more sort of included in this in general. Just notice that this was meant to be in front like that. Which probably addresses what I was feeling about it. Similarly, this one. And maybe this could even be like broken through a little bit, like the dagger's broken as it might be coming through. I just watched their TV show and it's so good, but I'll absolutely never play League. Yeah, I mean the League TV like Arcane and League of Legends itself as a game are basically, you basically treat them as two different things. They really don't have much to do with each other. The game League of Legends is really nothing to do with the TV show whatsoever. It's just characters from the game, and like that's that. And yeah, Arcane on its own, very cool. Like cool series, like super well done, I think. I like the arms, but if you do the arms, you could bring back the necklace. Yeah, I might play with doing the necklace stuff in a second. That looks so much better with the daggers clearly going in and out. Yeah, it does need a little bit of that clear in and out. Merge. Okay. It looks like that was the question. So, yeah, we have answered that. I will say though about the color scheme and splitting it that way, that was kind of unintentional on my part to that this has turned out that way. I can't take the credit for that being a conscious decision within the design. Is just like the way it has happened. And I would say, for me at least, color is something that has always been a bit more intuitive than other things that I've learnt. I, for the most part, have been able to kind of gravitate towards colors that work from just being able to recall stuff visually, and just having a feel for like a certain mood that I want. and also taking things from reference as well. But when I'm picking colors for a composition, usually it's the more intuitive part of the exercise for me. I'm not someone that really sort of consciously thinks about, oh, okay, I'm using a split complementary, or XYZ for the colors. That's just not really something that enters my mind. I usually have some idea of like this sort of aesthetic that I'm going for in my mind, and then a lot of that is just trial and error, and trying out the piece, because this piece wasn't these colors when we started. Like it was a bit more sort of grayed down, and we had that kind of light beam in here as well that added a slight sort of warmy gray in there. So it's definitely something that just sort of came through experimentation. Yeah, I like the conversation about the light direction yesterday. Helped a ton. Glad I only said light just on the tip. Top. Listen, I'm still working on my coffee. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So yeah. So now you've had to think. Anybody upset about their favorite franchise getting absolutely torn apart? Has anyone got any rebuttals? I know all of you are sat there with like a baby Yoda on your shelf looking at you, and you're just like, damn, he really got me. He really got me, and maybe he's right. Maybe I should grow up and get this baby Yoda off my shelf and throw out all these plushies and get a normal job. I have to throw my pop figurine collection of Baby Yoda. Feels bad, man. Zelda is the foundation. You mean Link? Link is the foundation of my being. I have no fight left. Yeah, feels bad. Do you know, it must feel bad to know that this whole time you thought that Link was some kind of metaphysical, thing, and that actually it's just the boy, and it's just the game is called Wimp Boy Looks for Girlfriend. Yeah, exactly. If you do have a Baby Yoda, though, you should put it in the bin. Everything else I said was in jest, but if you have a Baby Yoda, that actually should go in the bin, and you do need to grow up. That's the one thing I said that was vehemently true. Also, if you have a Labubu as well, you put yourself in the bin. You've got courage. You've got courage, wisdom, and strength. Yeah, you're gonna need it. You're gonna need it. Okay, I can't believe I spent the entire stream working on this snake, and it's not even like it is. I'm not really sure why she couldn't have pulled these daggers out of her face, considering swords out of her face, considering that she's got arms. But we shall not worry. Okay, we got 1 hour left. Let's leave the snake where it is for now. You know, we might come back and decide that actually we don't like the arms. I thought that the moment you drew the arms, but decided not to say it because art. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so maybe they are still the necklaces. Maybe it makes it a bit too busy. I'll just kind of really roughly skip. What's nice about the necklaces is we get like a little bit of movement, you know? But then also these are like ridiculously big necklaces. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe it was just better when she was just a snake. Just a simple snake. Yeah, it's kind of cool when she's just a snake, isn't it? Fuck. Well, it was an experiment. We had to know. This is how you find out. The thing about the arms, which now that you know they're in there and I see them, is yeah, it does change the sort of the attitude, and like in my mind she can still be a witch that has become a snake. Like all of that can just sit in my mind. It doesn't need to be understood for the image necessarily. You know, there's still this kind of intriguing thing about he's showing her the head, and that's kind of interesting in and of itself, you know. But actually, you know, it's just a humble snack. What if her arms are like further back, like here? Yeah, exactly there. Wow. We need Ocarina of Time remade from from who? From Shrek. From Zelda's POV. I want to see her pulling the strings, guiding Link through time and space, sneaking out of Ganon's control. Dishonored style. Boring! Okay. That may as well be ancient text. I have no idea what you're saying. Centipede snake, yeah. Zelda is secretly dressed as a ninja the entire game, doing an entire different quest. You don't find out until the end that you think you're recruiting some... Honestly, it seems like a lot of effort to try and save the franchise. You want to add arms for the witchy part of her design. Well, yeah, but in my initial idea, in my initial sort of thinking of this, not in the sketch, but in my head, she was a witch that had, taken the form of a snake, or had become a snake through, use of dark magic or whatever. And it wasn't necessarily something that had to be understood in the illustration. It was just what I was thinking about. But then, I did think maybe I could add the arms in, and it's there, and that be something. So I've just tried, one way of adding them in. I'm just sort of sketching this current idea of them in. Too beautiful, the illustration. I'd forgotten to say. Oh, thanks, Suzu. I much appreciated. I'm sorry if I couldn't properly answer your question before. I think I got what you meant. But thank you. I very much appreciate that. For real though, this piece looks sick right now. I love the simplicity, and it makes the knives really pop on both the MC and the character. Thanks, Sarah. It's nice that you have found it within your heart to be nice, even though I have somewhat ruined Zelda for you. The arm back here is actually kind of nice, I'm not going to lie. It has a sort of like a sort of like a Chinese dragon kind of feel about it, where it's like a slumbering, lazy dragon. Do you know what I mean? They're not necessarily lazy, but just like it has that sort of feel to it. Overall, it's a bit more sort of cash, but that kind of makes it a little bit scary in a way, because it's like this witch is kind of unbothered by the presence of this person. You've been deceived. No captions on YouTube either. What do you mean? What do you mean captions? I'm talking about captions, bruh. Commissar Skull, good morning. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen to you. Okay, sorry. I have to just leave the snake for now where it is. I do like this suggestion of the arms here. I think this is going to work quite nicely. And this maybe also means there can be a little bit of like bracelets or something. But I like this. I like this. I think it sort of solves both things. It doesn't solve like why she's still got daggers through her head, but whatever. Whatever. Okay, we'll leave it there. Let's work on the guy. I have some notes for my guy, so let's take those. Wow. Yeah. This illustration really started eating up time, didn't it? I thought, oh, maybe we can finish this one today. And no. We'll have to put another day or so into it next week. I say like, oh, I thought we'd finish it. I'm aware that it will have been about 9 hours altogether that I've worked on it. But so, do we like the mask? We could have a mask without the horns. It doesn't have to be a mask at all. Yo, I can't believe we didn't mention this when we were talking about it before. Harry Potter. Harry Potter is childish and stupid, and the whole like you can't even say Voldemort's name thing, I know is meant to come across as like, ooh, but it just comes across as really stupid. It's like, just say his name, like it's fine. I also hate in Harry Potter how it's like the kids have to figure it out all the time when there's like insanely powerful wizards that are like mad smart and, you know, are perfectly capable of handling this one dude. But it's like essentially only the kids that seem to be bothered about it and like wrapped up in it. That kind of stuff is just really stupid to me. I know it's for children, and it is for children, by the way. I know it's for children, and that's why it's stupid, but that's why it's silly that like adults are into it. See what I mean? So yeah, sorry if you like Harry Potter. It's also on the list. Get it? Bin, in the bin. Can't believe you personally hate me. This stream has been awful, mate. You've really had a bad run. You really had a bad run of it. Baby Yoda, Harry Potter, Labubu's. Yeah, we got a wimp chat today. No, like maybe you can't tell. I'll just praise this for the, for the people at the back, but it was all in jest. So just in case there's anyone out there that is actually butthurt, it's all jokes. It's all jokes, bro. You don't have to put them in the bin. Unless it's Baby Yoda, like you do have to put that in the bin. It's Bants, brah. Sure it is. Yeah. Yeah. It's banter. Pretty funny, though. Pretty funny. Still, guys, it could be worse. It could be worse. We could, as I stated yesterday, we could be normies. So, like the things you like, guys. Love the things you like. Because it could be football. Or soccer. Yeah, soccer. 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 I bring you your sister's head. Yeah, damn, we still didn't get to the swords. We didn't get to put in all the, greenery in here. The blood pool. Everything, man. We've done nothing. Hello. Photoshop. There we go. Whew. So I've been uploading these to the YouTube, right, without music recently because I thought, hey, you can just, instead of me having like troubles with music stuff on YouTube, you can actually just like listen back to these with your own music if you want, and therefore it's not, a thing. It does mean that listening back to these is kind of weird because where I'm not talking, it's literally just silent, or you can hear my keyboard every now and again. But I thought it might be better just in general because then I don't have any issues with like music copyright and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, most people like to have their own music on, right? So you could listen back to some of these and have your own music on, and therefore you don't hear it. So yeah, the VODs on YouTube of at least the last 3 or 4 streams don't have any like background music on them. And it's just taken out at the source, like when it's uploaded after the stream. In that way, yeah, should be a bit of a nicer listening back experience. Because I was just thinking, if I was like going to listen to some of these streams at some point later, like, and there was some music on it, even if it's kind of the sort of chill, more ambient stuff that I have on behind it, like it would stop me from like being able to listen to my own music and sort of using this as a bit more background than like full on listening, So there you go, just to let you know that's currently the case with these. So hopefully that's okay. If you were listening to them back and you're like, oh, it's kind of awkward, there's no music. That is why, homies. I'm just out sort of playing with a couple of layers that might sit on top that are just going to sort of pull everything together a little bit. That might be a little bit too dark. Again, I just want to like tighten the value range slightly. Overall. Yeah, it's just getting fun, this one. I think that's a good idea. It did confuse me at first when you would hum and I'd be like, what song? Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, sorry. But yeah, I think it'd be better overall. If a little bit awkward, but whatever. Yeah, true. Creating clips easier. True that. Yeah, I was thinking about the clips thing as well, but I have a different kind of solution for that. Different solution. All right, let me just flick the kettle on. Have a and let me just look at something else for a second because I'm starting to get like picture fatigue. So, give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Um, I just had a look outside. It is not just raining; it is like raging it down with rain. uh, Raging it down. I'm gonna get soaked on my way home. So something to look forward to. I'm not at home. No, this is my studio. It's my little studio where I work from. So I've got like a small room. My half is like this, and then Daisy has her desk and all of her like craft equipment, sewing machines, and all that kind of stuff on the other side. And yeah, we work here instead of working at home, which is quite nice, just to have a space to go to. If we had enough space at home to like work comfortably, we'd do that, but we don't. So yeah, it's cool. It's definitely nice to kind of just leave everything here and go home. Yeah, Daisy's doing great. Thank you. She's doing good. I I shared her YouTube channel earlier actually, if anyone's interested. Uh Even if you're not into like crafts and stuff, um I think you might just find it funny because she's got a good sense of humor and the editing's funny. And there's just like there's a good redemption arc in one of the videos. Uh, here's the link for that. Or if, like I was saying, if you're just extremely nosy and you wanna know more what my wife's like, then there you go, find out. Just gonna try like another kind of scribble around with the design. Felt like it was a bit too kind of friendly. This and not kind of like edgelordy enough. So let's try something a bit edgier. Imagine like a sort of a witch hunter that uses daggers. Probably a bit cooler than the previous design. You've subbed, my man. My man. Nice. Advice. Thank you. Daisy will appreciate. But yeah, give it a watch if you need something funny and entertaining to listen to. You can check out Daisy's adventures because yeah, they're pretty lols, to be honest. Um, has anyone seen the game Phantom Blade Zero that's coming out later this year? Kind of like a sort of somewhere between like a hack and slash and a sort of a Dark Souls type game. Although they said it's going to be like they're actually going to have different difficulty settings, so you can, you know, actually just play the game for the enjoyment of it rather than like having to slam your head against bosses for hours. But does look pretty cool. I like the design of the main character. It's very like it's how I would dress if I lived in Camden, you know, and I just wasn't embarrassed whatsoever. If I had like insane edgelord confidence, then I could go out dressed like that all the time. But it looks pretty fun. It looks pretty cool. I do like that sort of like the combat looks like really cool and fluid. Lots of cool weapons, all that kind of stuff. It looked pretty sick. That's why there's cosplay. Yeah, nah. I'm alright. Listen, I'm nearly 40. Losing my hair. The last thing I need is to be going in cosplay. I'm down bad enough. We'll all be 40 eventually. Yeah, but are you 40 in 1 year and 4 days? 5 days? I'm 39 on Monday. In 9 years. Yeah, enjoy it, bro. Enjoy it. Some people say that life starts at 40. So I'll let you know if that's true. Do you celebrate birthdays like big parties? Yeah, I've had big parties in the past, and I I do like them. I think I will just wait until my 40th though to have a big one. I think 39 will be pretty low key, to be honest, which is fine. But then 40, I'll do a big one. On Monday, you said yes. Yes. Yeah, birthday stream after party. I'll just I'll just come on stream really drunk. and not be able to draw or anything, and then end the stream early. How about it? No, I wouldn't. On Monday I'll like prep the stream, and on Tuesday we'll do the portrait masterclass, where I'll go through basically my process for painting characters, but just isolated to a portrait, and I'll show you everything. So we'll get lots of techniques basically, but my working process in terms of layering, why adding lights, how we add multiple light sources to a scene. We'll do lots of different textures, so metals, hair, etc. We will also do, what else? Magic effects. We will do, there'll probably be like some small 3D element to it. We will add patterns to fabric. We will maybe have like tattoos or something on the skin. We will have, I wrote a list somewhere, but basically I'll try and cover as many bases as possible when it comes to techniques and such, and I'll give you a good overview on like what the process for me actually looks like, and I can take questions and stuff as we go as well about the techniques. But yeah, I'll basically everything together in one stream, because we've done a lot of environments, but I'm aware that like probably most people who have seen any work of mine knows that it's mostly like character stuff and narrative illustration and such. So although these environments have been good for me for learning, they've maybe not been like what people generally associate with my work, and so this might be the chance to see stuff that is maybe more directly relevant or like fun for you guys, and for me too. Like, I've had a nice break drawing environments and stuff, but it'd be cool to draw do an edgy portrait. It's definitely going to be sort of like a lady in side profile, just to make it quicker. Cool lighting, dark, gothy, all that. Sounds exciting. Yeah. Drinking stream. Yeah. Nah, man, last time we did a drinking stream, Dan. Well, it got miserable quick, didn't it? I had to go to bed. I was too drunk. We played basically when Uncharted ended great. Yeah, ended up with Dan mumbling to himself on the sofa trying to play Uncharted, and like basically passing out on the sofa with the live stream still on. But what we did is when Uncharted 4 dropped, we played Drunk Charted on Twitch, where me, Daisy, and Dan were all playing Uncharted. And basically anytime a certain prompt came up, you had to take a drink. But we also had it that if you died, you then pass the controller on to the next person. So there was all three of us playing it. And yeah, it was really fun. But there are a lot of like prompts that we had of when to drink. And it was a new game, so we weren't actually that good at it. So, and lots of these things weren't even to do with like skill based stuff in the game. It was literally just when characters say a certain word, or you have to use the grappling hook or whatever stuff like that. So yeah, it got very messy very quickly, and it was very fun for a while, but we're quite literally blind trying to play. This is the Twitch banner that we made back then. So yeah, Daisy, me, Dan, drunk charted, and it was brilliant. Yeah, it was very fun. And what was quite funny as well is we knew some artists from Naughty Dog, and so some of the artists actually tuned in because they were not like friends of ours, but people we'd met before and like spoken to, and so yeah, they heard about it, and so we had actually people from Naughty Dog watching, and they were quite excited about us like finding out some of the Easter eggs and stuff in the game, but also just being like, pretty inebriated trying to play. It was very, very fun. Yeah, it was a good time. Good bloody time, I tell you. Yeah, it was good. But yeah, I'd be down to do stuff like that again. You can you drink on Twitch? Are you actually allowed to be drunk? Like, is it the kind of thing where you just don't show it, but you can be, or are they fine with you drinking on stream? Because I know at some point, at least when we did that, I think that account even maybe got banned, if I remember correctly, at the time. And we weren't aware that you couldn't drink, but maybe the rules have relaxed now. You haven't, yeah. Maybe the rules changed. They probably changed them but I do remember that account, it got like a warning or maybe a temporary ban after the stream. Quite funny. Hey yo, who's the edgy guy with the daggers, man? Invite your mate round, yeah? Can't be drunk, but half of Twitch is half naked. Yeah, exactly. You probably can now. Like, you probably can't show like a branded bottle of something that is obviously beer, but they're probably, if you just drink it out of a cup, I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. All right. Well, I won't worry about it. I just won't do it on this channel. But yeah, I could do Black Myth drunk Kong. try and fight all the bosses drunk. Or Elden Binge. Yeah, Drunk Souls, Elden Binge. Yeah. Tell you what, we do that stream, and I'll play like half an hour of every game that I hate, and I'll just absolutely lambast it for half an hour, and then we move on to a different game, and we just go through, 15 games like that. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Vodka, yeah. Damn. That'd be a tough one. Okay, how long have we got? 15 minutes. All right, let's muck about for a bit. I've kind of lost the will to do anything serious right now. So I've just been looking at this and thinking, like, what if she's wearing like a like a dressing gown? Pink dressing gown, getting all like snuggy. Just snugging up for the eve. It's like just chilling, watching some TV, dressing gown on. Feather boa. Getting snug. Snugging it up. Bottle of wine. Hang on, what am I doing? Bottle of wine. Chilling out. Painted over the bottle. Wrong way. See, that's what I mean. I can't even concentrate enough to goof around. We're down bad. Anyone just joining? Like, yeah. Well, I could hitting that ciggy, chilling. It's like, so, tell me. All right, funny. Enough. Yeah, so let's talk about next week then. So I think on Tuesday we will do the portrait masterclass. And if we don't get it finished Tuesday, we'll like continue on with it on Wednesday. And then on like Wednesday and Thursday, depending on how much we get through the portrait, where we get up to, we'll then go flick back onto this and basically finish this one up. So it'll be good to come back to it after a bit of a break and some fresh eyes. And get this one all finished up. Like what we still have left on here to do basically is lots more enviro set dressing. Can't fit the G on, shame. Swords. Snake finish. Character finish. And then just like final touch-ups. So that's probably about a stream's worth of stuff to do. And then yeah, portrait masterclass. So we'll go through the whole process. We'll take questions as we go. What I was thinking is that I might do, like on Monday, I'll do the sort of line work for it, because yeah, that we just scribble that out. So I'll do the line work, and I'll also make like flat shapes for it on Monday, which is it would take up like a whole stream to do the line work probably and flat shapes, but it's not that interesting and can be explained in like 10 minutes. And what I could also do if people were interested is before the stream, like make the PSD that I'm going to use available on the Discord. And in that way, if you wanted to like follow along and do it yourself with the same file as I'm doing it, or at your own leisure, watching the stream back, it could be a helpful way for you to sort of engage with it and do it as I'm doing it. So I could do that if that sounds like an appealing option for you. Like, I'll just make like a Wii transfer link and stick the PSD in it when it's done. And then, yeah, you can just follow along and do the same thing. I know sometimes it's kind of helpful to you know, if I'm saying something, you can actually do it on your own computer, and you've got the same file, so that you can at the very least see how it's working, and ask questions that way. So yeah, I could do that. And yeah, let me open something up and I'll show you the kind of thing that we'll do. So give me a second. You. I'm just opening a massive file, so hang on. It's coming. Come on now. Big folder coming through. Sorry, it's got like a million layers in it, so just bear with me. Okay, so yeah, on that stream, I'll basically do something like this. Like I said, I've done this kind of demo before, a few times. Different versions of it from different demonstrations. But I'll do a new one. It will be very similar in setup. Like, it'll probably be someone in profile because it's easier to do within the time limit. But it won't be the same picture. But what I'll do is, before the stream, obviously all this stuff won't be done. So you will basically get a PSD that's like this, and what it will have done in it is flat colors like this. It will have like the line work that was over the top, right? And it will have the selection like clown pass made. And then what we'll do is we'll go through the process, but I'll be painting. I won't just turn layers on. I'll paint this stuff. So at first we'll do, hang on, go back to this. We'll do the background and just lay that in. And then I'll go basically through through these layers, and we'll talk about multiple light sources, how to add them, how to deal with them, what layer modes, etc. We'll do ambient occlusion, how that works. We will go then through different materials, so rendering different materials, hair, metal, skin, etc. Things to think about while we're doing that. I'll also do magic effects, so there'll be things like lightning, smoke, whatever, that kind of a thing. And then I will go through some like techniques to finish things off and all that good stuff. So hopefully by the end of it, we will have something similar to this. Like I said, I did this as a demonstration. I painted this in just over an hour at Concept 101. So I can definitely get through it in a stream, but usually on stream we have like loads of questions and I talk a bit more in detail about stuff. So if I block out like a whole stream for this, or even like a stream and a half, that should get us like fairly decently through everything. And we'll do a different picture. I won't use this line art for the next one. I'll do something new and then I can share it out with you guys, because I've drawn this one so many times. Like I said, all of these are separate demos and practices of this with like different lighting. So I'm kind of sick of this particular picture. We'll do something a bit different. All right. Yeah, if you like the sound of that, then next week, Tuesday, birthday portrait painting masterclass stream. Bring your questions. On Monday, I will put the PSD in the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, check out the link on the Twitch page. Should be a link to the Discord. If you join that, I will make an announcement in there. I will drop a link. You can download the PSD. You can be ready for that. And yeah, there we go. Thanks for tuning in this week. It's been good. Really enjoyed working on this image. It's been quite a bit more of a journey than the other ones. I think the other ones have like, have been cool, and I've enjoyed the images. But this one's definitely been like, it offered its own sort of struggles and stuff that needed to be worked out. And it's been fun. Consequently, it's taken a little bit longer, but I don't mind that. I think it was fun to kind of figure out the problems with you guys live and sort of do that. And yeah, it was also fun to bash like everything that you like and hold dear. So sorry, not sorry about that. It's not my fault you got bad taste. All right, that's not my fault. Don't be mad. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. I'm just the messenger. All right. Have a good one, everyone. Take care.